Okay, the person that's on Zoom that has Samsung SM S9, would you please put your mic on mute? Thank you. Okay. Now, let's see. Mr. Abear, attorney, because this witness has been able to adequately represent that's all delay that's application should be delivered pending setting. Okay, yeah, I see his name is Mr. Abear.
I can explain it to you.
Okay.
Would you like me to do that?
Yeah, I mean, there's no grounds for the
I don't
regret.
think we've ever met. Mr. Allen was an associate at our law firm. Our law firm is no longer in existence. Oh, okay. Which kind of, no fault of your own, kind of leaves you in limbo, puts us in a weird position, and we feel like you need to be represented by a lawyer who's honed in and focused and ready to go for your trial. It's not personal at all. Okay. Like I said, we've never met. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, you have any objections to? No? Okay. Need a copy of that motion. Okay, so the motion to withdraw is going to be granted. And Mr. Alice and Mr. Allen, you're relieved of your duties in this case.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Now, you were appointed in this case, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so Mr. Abear, what we'll do, if your financial situation is still the same, we can reappoint another attorney to represent you in this case. Okay.
Excuse you?
Yes, you may be excused. Yeah. Well, next person up is Joel Vasquez. Mr. Vasquez?
Yes, sir.
We're going to appoint you to represent Mr. Richard Abear. And now, Mr. Abear, your case is going to be reset to give Mr. Vasquez an opportunity to review the discovery and to work on your case. Okay?
On an announcement document, right?
You're going to put it on an announcement document.
Okay, that'd be February.
Okay, your case is going to be reset to February 5th of 2024. Once you get your reset, you're going to get your reset from our court coordinator. You can meet with your attorney and you're free to go and you have a blessed day.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, let me sign that order. Thank you. Next case is cause number 23CCCR 1888. Case is styled the state of Texas versus Ryan Paul Barrett. This is harassment. Okay. This is cause number 23CCCR 1888. Case of style the state of Texas versus Ryan Paul Barrett. Mr. Barrett, is that your full name? How you doing, Mr. Barrett? I'm doing fine, thanks. Acting Mr. Barrett, you represented in your case by your attorney, Attorney Bruce Gregory. Attorney Gregory, how are you doing?
Fine, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning. And the state is represented in this case by Attorney Sarah Stout. Attorney Stout, how are you doing?
Good, Your Honor.
Mr. Gregory, Mr. Barrett's case is on the court's announcement docket. And what is your announcement?
We announced that
In
we
this
are
case.
ready and we would like a bench trial at the court's earliest convenience.
Okay, gonna set it for a bench trial? Okay, we're gonna at least have minimum, we can't, gotta give the state at least 30 days to contact their witness. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. And it's gonna be a bench trial.
Right. When is next time?
It'll be January 8th.
January 8th. We set it for January 8th. I see here, I don't think we have any bond conditions in this case either. Let me see.
It's my understanding that, let me remind the court, Mr. Hoffpower and I approached the court kind of off the record and discussed this matter. I filed a motion to modify bond conditions, and it was your comment that you had not placed him under bond conditions.
Yeah, we don't have any. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm,
So I would suggest there is a non-issue at this.
why it's a non-issue?
I think
Well,
we've
you-
agreed not to have any extra bond conditions placed on this defendant, Your Honor.
Extra bond conditions.
Like,
I haven't given him any bond conditions.
right. Well, I mean, he has the
That's why
standard
it's-
bond conditions.
That's why it's not. an
No,
issue.
we're gonna, what you say it's not an issue because of what?
Of what you just said, you said you have not. placed
This
him
is
under
his
bond
first,
conditions.
isn't this his first time here before this court?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So when they normally appear the first time on a case like this, once I read the PC, we usually set standard bond conditions. I think when you came in, you said that there was a standing order of bond conditions, and that's why you filed your motion to modify it.
Correct.
Right?
That is correct. Your Honor.
Okay. But we didn't have them. So what I'm gonna do, I'm looking, let me see. You talk to your attorney first.
Let the judge respond. I'll bring that up.
Let me see.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, do they have any um, children or anything?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there any, like, but they already divorced?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are there any visitation orders in place?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Um, okay. Now, my bond conditions is not going to interfere with the visitation uh, orders. I think that normally in the standard visitation order, if there could be a third person that the children could be exchanged. Is that correct? Oh, you have it?
I have your standing order for this court. This is the standing order for the family court.
Oh, family court. Okay.
So we have a pending motion to modify the custody, and
Okay.
the standing order for the district court is in full force and effect at this time concerning the parties' conduct between each other. And there's a visitation schedule, and there's an exchange agreement that's
Okay.
in place.
But that's not going to interfere with that.
Well,
But I mean, normally I think he can't commit another crime in this
certainly
state
not.
or any other state. I mean, these are our standard orders basically says that. Now, in reference to, let's see, I think it would be like the third condition. The offender shall not communicate either directly or indirectly with the alleged victim. I know what we can do is say that he can't communicate in a threatening or harassing manner.
That would be fine, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, he can't have any contact with the victim, and I think because of the visitation order, it allows him to go to the child's school. Does that?
It does.
Okay. Okay.
They currently exchange custody at the police station, and it's my understanding.
So that'll be
that
maintained. Okay.
That the complainant in this case has a third party drop
Good.
off and pick up the kids.
Good.
Our objective is not to limit his ability to participate in the children's
Oh,
educational
I don't think.
activities.
Yeah, I don't think this here order is going to do that.
Okay.
Because on condition number 3, we're going to say that he can't communicate. Communicate either directly.
Wizard app to communicate, and so.
No. I wasn't finished with that. I'm trying to see how I'm worded.
Well, I just wanted the court to be aware that they are currently using the Family Wizard app.
Okay, that's not a problem. It's just that he just can't do it in a threatening or harassing manner. That's all. That's the communication part that I'm changing. Let's see. Now, is there? Okay. I'm just trying to. Now, this last part shall not. Okay, so that's at the police department. Okay, so you don't go to the person's residence. Okay. Now, in terms of the school, he's allowed to go to the school, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So I'm gonna strike out school. I'm striking out the words where it says school, and I says all other locations frequented by the alleged victim.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. So basically your bond conditions are as follows. Okay, your bond conditions are as follows. The defendant shall commit no offense against the laws of this state, any other state, or of the United States. Do you understand that condition? Defendant shall submit to testing for drugs and alcohol anytime it's directed by the court. The court may revoke the bond and order the arrest of any defendant who A, refuses to submit to a test for drugs and alcohol when directed to do so by the court, or B, submit to a test for drugs and alcohol, and the test indicates the presence of drugs and alcohol in the defendant's body. Do you understand that condition? And condition number 3, the defendant shall not communicate either directly or indirectly with the alleged victim in a pending offense in a threatening or harassing manner, and the defendant shall not go near any residence or other location frequented by the alleged victim. You understand that? Now, condition number 4 does not apply because that only applies in a DWI case. In your case, it's not a DWI case there. So condition number 4 does not apply. Now, this case is being reset for a bench trial, January 8th of 2024. Your attorney is going to get your reset. Once your attorney gets your reset and a copy of these bond conditions, you'll be free to go and you have a blessed day. And Mr. Reggie, you'll be free to go as well. You have a blessed day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, you're welcome. I just asked. Let's see. Next case is cause number 23CCCR 0370, case is filed in the state of Texas versus Jared Ronaldo Matthews. He's on the announcement document, page 6 and 7. No, page 6 at the bottom. Okay, your full name is Jared Ronaldo Matthews. How you doing, Mr. Matthews? I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Mr. Matthews, you're represented by your attorney, Attorney Benjamin Jeffers. Attorney Jeffers, how are you doing?
Doing well, Your Honor. Thank you.
That's good. Now, Mr. Matthews, I think you appeared here earlier today. You had a felony case set. Has that case been reset? What is the date on that? January 8th? Mr. Jeffers, you'd like this case to be set on that same date?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, this case will be set January 8th, 2024. Gonna get your reset from your attorney. Once you get your reset from your attorney, you'll be free to go. Mr. Jeffers, is this your only case?
I have one,
Okay.
Mr. Robinson.
Okay. Yeah, you can stand right over there in front of a window. Next case is cause number M334090, case to style the state of Texas versus Ajayla Jade Robinson. Okay, Miss Robinson, your full name is Ajayla Jade Robinson. How you doing, Miss Robinson? I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Ms. Robinson, you're represented by your attorney Benjamin Jeffers. Attorney Jeffers, what is your announcement?
We would be asking for just a 30 to 45 day reset on this to give me an opportunity to explore an aspect of the discovery. At that point, we
Okay.
would be very solid in our direction.
Okay, this is, she's on page 7. She's right below Mr. Matthews at the top, the first one on page 7.
We could put it on January 8th too.
Okay, this case will be reset to January 8th, 2024. Your attorney's gonna get you reset. Once you get your reset from your attorney, you'll be free to go and you have a blessed day. And you have a blessed day as well, Mr.
Thank you.
Jeffrey. You're welcome.
Thank you.
I think that was Mr. We got 2 cases next. They are cause numbers M326570 and cause number M3294952. Both cases are styled the state of Texas versus Tyrone Marcel DeRuin. Tyrone Marcel DeRuin. Oh, he's in felony court? Okay. Okay. Have, Juan Rodriguez.
This is not the things you got. This is the next
Good morning. This is cause number 23CCCR 0228. Case, this is on the last one on the trial docket. Second on page 2 at the top. This is Juan M. Rodriguez. Mr. Rodriguez, is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Rodriguez, how are you doing? That's good. Now, Mr. Rodriguez, you're represented by your attorney Joffrey Odell.
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Mr. Odell?
I'm okay.
That's good. Mr. Odell, well, what is your announcement in Mr. Rodriguez's case? It's on the trial docket.
Judge, I'm gonna have to announce not ready.
Okay.
I've got 3 trial settings tomorrow in 2 different counties, and I'm trying to get those sorted out. And I hope maybe we could reschedule this one out a little bit longer.
State,
I have no objection, Your
you have
Honor.
no
I
objections?
appreciate it.
Another trial.
Yes, so,
January 29th.
it's gonna be reset to January 29th.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, you can get your reset from our coordinator. Once you get your reset, you're free to go and you have a blessed day.
Um,
Sarah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, the party that's on, person that's on Zoom that has Samsung S9 iPhone,
Yes, sir.
would you please state your full name?
Aaron McElroy.
McElroy?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. McElroy, you can put your mic back on Zoom. I mean, back on mute.
Mute. Yes, sir.
Okay, McElroy. With last page of what? Okay. Okay, the person that's on Zoom that has iPhone, would you please state your full name?
Carla Zavala.
Could you repeat that?
Carla Zavala.
Zavala? Okay, you can put your mic
Yes.
on mute. You say first page of pretrial? Okay.
First person.
That was the one where Tom Burbank told us that she had signed for pretrial diversion. I spoke to Stephanie Monk this morning. She has not actually signed yet. The next signing date is the first Thursday in December.
Okay,
So I think it's next week.
okay. Okay. We'll wait for Miss Zavala, we'll wait for your attorney to arrive. He's not here yet. Okay. This is cause number M332868. Case is style of state of Texas versus Brandon Keith Barnhart. Mr. Barnhart, is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Mr. Barnhart?
Thank you.
That's good. Mr. Barnhart, you're represented by your attorney, Attorney Tom Kelly. Attorney Kelly, how are you doing?
Doing well, Judge. How are you this morning?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Mr. Kelly, what is your announcement? This case is on pretrial.
Judge, can we stay here for another setting on your pretrial conference? I've got some discovery that I need to get through, and perhaps talk with the government's lawyer about it too. And I think we're on another prosecutor again, which I know is pretty normal, but I'd like a chance to
Okay.
discuss the case for.
Okay. Give us a reset date. Okay, this case is gonna be January 8th, 2024.
Yes, Judge.
Okay,
Thank you.
you get your reset, you're free to go. Is this your only case?
It is you.
Okay, you're free to go. You have a blessed day.
Thank you.
You have a blessed day as well, Mr. Barnhart.
Thanks.
You have two cases on the announcement docket, page 9. You said, okay. I don't have anything from Burbank saying that he represents you. He's supposed to be, you said he was supposed to be sending a letter rep?
She said she.
Okay, hold on a minute. Next case is cause number M 334-298, case of Style, State of Texas versus Chastity Fate Eves. Put it in the chair. You can come forward. Miss Eves, your full name is Chastity Fate Eves. How you doing, Miss Eves?
Okay.
That's good. Miss Eves, you're represented in your case by your attorney, Attorney Daniel Baldry. Attorney Baldry, how are you doing?
Doing fine, how you doing?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Mr. Baldry, what is your announcement in Miss Eves' case?
Yeah, this is we've had a couple resets. I think this is our first time actually showing up together here. We did talk to the offer, we just the normal reset, see if we can work something out.
Okay, give us a reset date. This is on Chastity Fate Eve, page 1 of the announcement docket, the third case.
February 5th.
This case reset to February 5th, 2024. Mr. Baldry, once you get your reset, you're free to go. You have a blessed day, and you're free to go as well, Ms. Eve. You're welcome.
Yeah. Talked it out.
This working here, so. Next case is Robin Elizabeth Morris. Mr. Kimler? Ms. Morris is your. Ms. Morris, your full name is Robin Elizabeth Morris. How are you doing, Ms. Morris? I'm doing fine. Ms. Morris, you represented your case by your attorney, Attorney Wright Kimler. Attorney Kimler, how are you doing?
Well, Your Honor, thank you.
That's good. Now, Ms. Mosby,
Yes, sir.
tell them a little Lord about you.
We got it worked out. Let me do the paperwork.
Oh, y'all had it worked out? Okay. You have another one too. Yeah. Next case is cause number M 327-885, Eduardo Rodriguez Rocha. Oh, is this being dismissed?
Yes, Your Honor.
We're doing a bench trial or?
It's being dismissed.
Okay. I wasn't
I
sure.
said, I got a note here saying case to be dismissed.
Oh, we're gonna do a bench trial. Okay. Adios. Adios. Hasta la vista. Dismissed. I don't know how you say that. Long enough.
Okay. Next case is Ja'Cory Brooks Cormier. Or Cormier.
67 drug court.
There he is right there. This is. I have three cases, cause numbers M326-220, M332-992, and cause number M332-994. All three cases are styled the state of Texas versus Ja'Cory Brooks Cormier or Cormier. Which one? Okay. Mr. Cormier, how are you doing? That's good, Mr. Cormier. You represented by your attorney, Attorney Kimler. Attorney Kimler, this is on the pretrial conference. What's your announcements in these cases?
Trial's ready.
You're gonna announce the trial? Give us a trial date.
January 29th.
Okay. These cases are gonna be reset for trial January 29th, 2024. It's on the pretrial conference docket. Your attorney's gonna get your recess. Once you get your recess from your attorney, you're free to go, and you have a blessed day. What happened to this? Okay. Rank DeWitt,
Judge,
you want me to hold on it?
yes, if we could, that's the amount of restitution.
Okay. Well, Mr. DeWitt, just have a seat. We're gonna hold on it. Your attorney needs to work something out. Jefferson County Court at Law number 2 is back in session. Court is in session in 4 cases. First case is cause number 23 CCCR 1898. Second case is cause number M328046. Third case is cause number M328836. And the fourth case is cause number M330248. All 4 cases are styled the state of Texas versus Amber Danae Croft. Ms. Croft, is that your full name? How you doing, Ms. Croft? I'm doing fine, thanks for asking. Ms. Croft, you're representing your cases by your attorney, Attorney Dustin Galmore. Attorney Galmore, how are you doing?
Great, Judge, how are you today?
I'm doing fine, thanks for asking. Mr. Galmore, what's your announcements in Ms. Croft's cases?
This case has been set with her felony.
Right.
And her felony was reset, but I don't have the date. I just looked to see if they said it. They haven't.
Oh, they,
I'm assuming it'll
hold
be
on.
set later.
She can check. Did it reset it? If it doesn't show, what we'll do is our court coordinator will check the computer, so when they put a date in, we'll send the date to your attorney and then your attorney, your bondsman. Okay? All right, so Ms. Croft, your case is gonna be reset with your felony case. You're free to go and you have a blessed day. Mr. Galmore, you have any more cases?
Not your, I think.
Okay. That was 5 cases. Did Mr. Yeah, this is cause number M331526, case of style of state of Texas versus Dwayne Edward Carlisle. Mr. Carlisle, I have a note here that your attorney called, his office called and said he was sick. And he's gonna file a motion for continuance? Yes. Oh, it is?
Yes, sir.
Oh.
In my case, the complaint was about it.
Oh, okay. Well, the case is being dismissed. You have a monitor on, right? So we need to get that GPS removed. Just hold on a minute, we gotta sign it.
Next section has one outside. Okay, next has one outside. Lost, let's say that one. That's four.
Where's
The
this?
fourth. DA's got one. Wake up the I. What is it? First
Let's see, it is 27.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Carlisle, the state has filed a motion to dismiss. I just signed the motion to dismiss. You're going to get a copy of this motion to dismiss. And the court is signing an order to remove the global positioning and monitoring system. And you'll be able to get a copy of this order as well. I'm gonna make a copy of this here. Your case is gonna be dismissed. You're gonna get a copy of the order to remove the GPS. Stand in front of the court administrator. Once you get your copy, you'll be free to go and you have a blessed day. All right, thank you. Rocha is being dismissed. Forget the non-boss. I just did 20. I'm just signed the dismissal on Rocha too. Yeah, okay. Who's that? West. Oh, Danielle King. This is cause number 23CCCR 0140. Case style of state of Texas versus Danielle King. Ms. King, is that your full name?
Yes.
How you doing, Ms. King? I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Ms. King, you're represented in your case by your attorney John West. Attorney West, how are you doing?
Good, John, thank you.
Mr. West and Ms. King, I have before me a motion to dismiss that was filed by the state. Is that correct, state? Okay. I'm signing this motion to dismiss. Ms. King, you can get a copy of this motion to dismiss from your attorney in about a minute. Because it's gonna print off real fast. Okay, once you get your copy of the motion, you're free to go, and you have a blessed day. You're welcome. You'll be printing off. Court is in session. Two cases, cause numbers M326-570 and cause number M329-452. Both cases are styled the state of Texas versus Tyrone Marcel Duruin. Mr. Duruin, is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Mr. Duruin?
All right.
That's good, Mr. Duruin. You're represented in your cases by your attorney, Attorney Mark Faggett. Attorney Faggett, what is your announcement in Mr. DeRuan's cases?
Your Honor, he was just left felony court, Judge West Court, and he was advised that his case has been reset for one more month.
You got that date?
It's not
On
in
the-
here yet.
Okay, well, okay. Our court coordinator is gonna check the court dates in the computer when they put it in. We're gonna send a copy to your attorney and your bondsman, so you're free to go, and you have a blessed day. All right, it's gonna be on the same day you felony.
All right. I'm waiting on this.
Okay. Well, okay, we're waiting for yours. Hey, this is cause number M329-210, case of style of state of Texas versus Cody Dondre Stelly. Mr. Stelly, is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Mr. Stelly?
Fine with us.
I'm doing fine, thanks for asking. Mr. Stelly, representing your case by your attorney, Wright Kimler. Attorney Kimler, how are you doing?
Still doing well. Your
That's good. And Mr. Stelly, the state has filed a motion to dismiss your case. Is that correct, Ms. Porter?
Yes, it is, yeah.
And I'm signing a motion to dismiss. You're gonna get a copy of this motion to dismiss in about 1 minute. Once you get a copy of the motion to dismiss, you're free to go and you have a blessing. Oh, man, that says an error. It says an error occurred. Yeah, that was Cody Stelly. You do? Okay. Yeah, we hold on.
Okay.
Kenny Dean? Is that a What are we doing on that?
Judge, if we have a 2-week reset on Mr. Dean, he wants to check
Okay.
with his job.
Hold on a minute. Let's get a prosecutor. This is cause number M 334-208, case of Style State of Texas versus Kenneth L. Dean. Mr. Dean, that's your full name?
Yes.
How you doing, Mr. Dean?
Fine.
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking, Mr. Dean. You're representing your case by your attorney, Attorney Joel Vasquez. And state is represented in this case by Attorney Andrew Hughes. Mr. Vasquez, what is your announcement?
Judge, do we have a reset for 2 weeks?
Okay. This is on the pretrial docket, page 2, the last case at the bottom of the page. 2 weeks. What is it? December 11th?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this case is reset December 11th. Mr. Dean, once you get your reset from your attorney, free to go and you have a blessed day.
Yes, sir, you too.
All right.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. And we still holding on your other case, Mr. Vasquez Gordon? Jesse Gordon?
Thanks to me,
Oh, it is. I haven't received them yet. And we still holding on yours, Mr. Wilkerson?
No, Your Honor, Maywood Road.
Yes. Okay. Court is in session in 2 cases, cause numbers M 331-970 and cause number M 331-972. Both cases are styled the state of Texas versus Brant Allen DeWitt. Mr. DeWitt, is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how are you doing, Mr. DeWitt?
I'm all right.
That's good, Mr. DeWitt. You're represented in your cases by your attorney, Attorney Marcus Wilkerson. Attorney Wilkerson, how are you doing?
I'm doing well, Judge. Thank you.
That's fine. State is represented in this cases by Attorney Eric Porter. Ms. Porter, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you.
Mr. Wilkerson, what is your announcement?
Your Honor, I was looking at my calendar. I'd like to get a quick reset on this. We have an agreement with hotel, but my client needs the time to secure the restitution.
How much do you need?
A week?
Oh, what's that? You will reset, give him a 2-week reset? What was that, December 11th day? We could reset it to the December 11th. Is that fine with you, Mr. Wilkerson?
That should work. Yes.
Okay,
And that's the same day he's gonna turn himself in, right?
Yes.
Okay.
okay, we're gonna reset it December 11th. Yes. Okay. Once you get your reset, you're free to go. And these are your only 2 cases?
I believe so.
Okay, you're free to go as well, and you have a blessed day.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, well, you have a blessed day. Oh, we still have, okay. Douglas County Court of 11-2 is back in session. Court is in session in two cases. Both cases are styled the state of Texas versus John Quincy Mayon. They are cause numbers M333040 and cause number M333358. Mr. Mayon, is your full name John Quincy Mayon? How you doing, Mr. Mayon? You doing good? That's good. Now, Mr. Mayon, you representing your case in your cases by your attorney, John Donald Boudreaux. Attorney Boudreaux, how are you doing?
Just fine, sir.
Okay, now, Mr. Boudreaux, what is your, gotta take your hand off the bench. Okay, well, Mr. Boudreaux, what is your announcement in Mr. Mayon's case?
We've got a plea worked out with the district attorney's office. They told me that he's gonna go to probation and they're gonna do the report, and then he's coming back to Judge West Court for sentencing sometime in January. I
Do
believe.
you have that date? You had that paperwork with you?
No, sir, they just told me.
Oh, they didn't give him, it should be in here. Oh, I guess not. They didn't give him a reset. They told you your bonds were gonna notify you? Okay. Yeah, they just had the date and time for this. Yes, sir. It's January 24th? Okay, this case is gonna be these cases, the 22nd?
Yes.
These cases are gonna be reset to January 22nd, 2024. With your felony. Your attorney, Mr. Boudreaux, is gonna get your recess. Once you get your recess from your attorney, you're free to go and you have a blessed day.
Okay, come over here.
That's your last case, Mr. Boudreaux?
I believe so.
Okay, you're free to go and you have a blessed day.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Was your Thanksgiving nice?
Hmm?
Was your Thanksgiving good?
Yeah, it was real good. How was yours?
Texas won,
Oh, yeah, big.
so they're playing in the
The championship.
12 championship on Saturdays.
Well, that's,
Saturday.
this is cause numbers, well, the cause number M332908 case of style of state of Texas versus Lewis Lee Johnson. I'm Mr. Johnson. This case is being transferred to County Court at law number 3 because I have a conflict of interest. Here you go. You're represented by Brittany and Holmes. Okay. He can, are they still in session?
Just have.
Yeah, we have Samantha Jackson Barry. Dibs County Court at law number 2 is in session. Court is in session and calls number M 333-568. Case style of state of Texas versus Samantha Jackson Barry. Ms. Barry, is that your full name?
Yes.
Ms. Barry, would you please raise your right hand? Ms. Barry, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Barry, you may put your hand down. How are you doing, Ms. Barry?
I'm doing.
That's good. Ms. Barry, you're represented in your case by your attorney, Attorney James Paget. Attorney Paget, how are you doing?
I'm doing well, Your Honor. Thank you.
That's good.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Paget, do you waive a record in Ms. Barry's case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Barry, I have before me a document that is titled Information. This information was filed by the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office. In this information, Ms. Barry, it alleges that on or about August 28th of 2022, while you are operating a motor vehicle in a public place in Jefferson County, Texas, that you, Samantha Jackson Barry, committed the Class B misdemeanor offense of driving while intoxicated. Ms. Barry, do you understand what you've been charged with?
Exactly.
And to this charge, Ms. Barry, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Guilty.
Now, are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
I am.
And are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Yes.
Ms. Barry, I also have before me a document that is titled Misdemeanor Plea Admonishments, also labeled as State's Exhibit Number 1. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
On page 2 of this same document, Ms. Barry, there are a set of initials on a line next to a box that's checked guilty. Did you place your initials on this document?
I did.
On page 3 of this same document, there's a signature above the line that is titled Defendant. Is this your signature?
Yes, sir.
On the next document that's titled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Right of Appeal, do you recognize this document?
I do.
And is this your signature on the line that's titled Defendant?
It is.
At the top of this document, there are two boxes checked. The first box that's checked states that this is a plea bargain case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that statement?
I do.
The second box that's checked states that you're waiving your right to an appeal, which means you're giving up your right to an appeal. Do you understand that statement?
I do.
I also have a document that is titled Discovery Certification. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And is this your signature on the line that's titled
It
Defendant?
is.
Now, Ms. Barry, before you signed and initialed these documents that I just showed you, did your attorney, Mr. Paget, go over these documents with you?
He did.
And did you read and understand everything that Mr. Paget went over?
I did.
And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Barry, are you a citizen of the United States?
I am.
State, I have before me State's Exhibit Number 1. State, would you like to offer State's Exhibit Number 1 into evidence?
Yes, Judge.
Any objections?
No objections to stage 1, Your Honor.
No objection. State's Exhibit Number 1 will be admitted. Mr. Paget, you advised in counsel, Ms. Barry, is there any evidence that she is currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
None, Your Honor.
Ms. Barry, your attorney, Mr. Paget, has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation?
I am.
Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation?
Yes.
Ms. Barry, I will accept your plea guilty. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. And I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement?
We do, Your Honor.
What is that agreement?
The state offers in exchange for the defendant's plea of guilty and no contest, 1 year deferred, $500 fine, 60 hours community service, court costs, DWI education, and interlock.
That is our understanding, Your Honor.
Do we know what the court cost is? Said 392. Okay. Ms. Barrett, the state is offering that you serve 1 year deferred adjudicated probation. During the 1 year probationary period, you'll be required to pay a fine, $500 plus court costs of $392. You'll be required to pay a probation fee of $60 each month, a urinalysis fee of $15 each month, a reimbursement fee of $15. You'll also be required to pay the Jefferson County DW Education class and initial evaluation fee of $125 on the day of the plea. Should a further evaluation be needed, you'll be required to pay an additional $50. Now, your total monthly installments, that is the total amount that you will be required to pay each month, is $164 a month. Will you be able to pay the $164 each month?
Yes, sir.
You'll also be required to perform 60 hours of community service. You'll be required to attend and complete a DW education class, and you'll be required to adhere. You'll be required to install an interlock device on any vehicle that you own or operate, and you'll be required to adhere to all the other standard terms and conditions of DWI probation. Now, Ms. Jackson, do you understand the state's offer?
Mhm.
You think that the state's offer is fair and just?
Mhm.
Now, Ms. Jackson, do you have a commercial driver's license?
No.
No CDL. This case after that date. Now, Ms. Jackson, the court is going to follow the plea bargain agreement that you have entered into with the state. Ms. Barrett. Ms. Barrett, if you successfully complete the probationary period, this case will be dismissed. It will not result in a conviction on your record, and you may qualify for the non-disclosure. You can talk to your attorney about a non-disclosure because he's quite competent in those matters. Now, do we need her to, Ms. Jackson?
No, she can.
She can have a seat? Okay, just stand in front of the court administrator, follow the directions, and Ms. Mosby gonna have to have the printer. appointed to represent you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because I see you had somebody filed a motion to withdraw was granted on a previous case. Okay. Well, you had a previous attorney, Mr. Macon, and then he filed a motion to withdraw. That motion was granted. And then apparently you qualified for court-appointed attorney. And then Mr. Doyle was appointed to represent you in this case. Is that correct?
I've never seen him in my life.
Well, okay. Now, have you been to his office?
Yes,
You have?
yes. No response.
Okay. How many, let me see. Well. Yeah, this is Mr. Hyde.
I think that's said Mr. Gordon appear, he was gonna rescind him and court appoint someone else.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna rescind that appointment. You have to. We're gonna appoint, William Wilkerson to represent you in this case. Okay? Just stand in front of the court coordinator and she's gonna give you a reset, you'll be free to go.
Sit right there in that chair, and I'll call you.
And the next, we don't need to reset it you'll reset it on a different date.
Yeah.
Okay, Stephen Dublin,
Yeah, 'cause that's.
you got the same problem. Mr. Dublin, you was appointed Mr. Peter Dollar representative, is that correct?
I'm not sure. I never contact.
Has he ever contacted you?
They never contacted me.
Okay, and I see that appointment was back in September 26th, okay? So what we're gonna do, we're gonna rescind that appointment?
Is that Peter Gordon?
Yeah.
Okay.
And you're gonna be appointed a new attorney. The next attorney up is Mr. Langston Adams. He's here in court.
I can meet with him.
That's him right there. He'll meet with you. Okay, he's gonna be your attorney. And you're gonna get a reset. Once you get your reset, you'll be free to go and you have a blessed day. You need to have him have a seat.
Have a seat, yeah.
Yeah, just have a seat.
Next year.
Who else do we have? We have anybody else ready? Mr. Grover, you ready?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Hubel, are you ready? Mr. Hubel, are you ready? We're on Madlock.
Madlock is defending.
Okay. Up through here.
Okay. Okay. The court has set this case for bond revocation hearing. Defendant Mr. Madlock appeared in court November 7th, 2023. At that time, he also was appointed an attorney David Rowe, who is present in court. Mr. Madlock was given bond conditions in this case. Condition number 4, condition number 5 stated that Mr. Madlock was to wear a GPS positioning monitoring system device at the defendant's expense, with written verification being submitted to the court within 3 days. Hold on a minute. And was he, let's see, do we have proof? I don't see it. I'm just, hold on a minute. That was the reason, one of the reasons the hearing was set today. See whether or not he complied with the court's bond condition.
Judge, I haven't received anything in writing because this happened relatively recently. We had the holiday. But I understand Mr. Matlock has an ankle monitor on right now.
Oh, he does?
Yeah.
Okay.
You show the prosecutor.
Well, you don't have, well, you can show the prosecutor.
I showed it. I just don't with the bailiff test to search his ankle.
I was just wondering if we just need to put something in the file. Then that was the reason for the hearing. So if he has a positioning, a GPS monitor, then he is compliant. He's in compliance with the court's bond conditions.
Okay.
Okay. Did they give you a receipt or something? Some paperwork or anything?
Yes, sir, they did, but I don't have it on me right this second. But they told me that they were going to email the court, the bond people, and the court and the bond people.
Usually that's what they do. They file it.
How long? Okay. When did they tell you that?
You told me that I had to have it by Friday. I had it by Friday morning.
What day would that be? Last Friday?
I would assume it would be on the 10th.
Who okay. Let me do this here. Okay, now I think your court date is still the same date. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. As I understand it, because I received this from the court on the last day, on the day the 27th, but our announcement date is January the 19th.
Okay, so you're free to go. Your case is set on January the 19th. All right, you have a blessed day.
Thank you.
All right. Yes. Hold on a minute.
He is sick. He's throwing up.
Who is
Mr. Gordon on the front row.
Okay, just have a seat in the so that's not gonna be a plea today, right?
It's a plea, but not today. He'd like to go home.
Okay. Gordon is gonna be reset.
Thank you.
You can get your reset. Once you get your reset, you're free to go. Miss, yeah. Colin, Jesse Cuevas Colin, who is that? Who is the attorney on? Mr. Adams? Okay.
Mr. Holmes.
Yes.
How you doing, Mr. Holmes? I've been waiting on my father to leave work to come help me with my flat tire. I need to call my dad. He can't leave from work, so I need to call a tow truck to tow me to the tire shop so I can get this flat tire fixed.
Okay.
I was on my way to court and I had a flat tire and I called my dad. My dad said that he was waiting on his boss to come back so he can tell him he need to go. Then he called me back and he was like, he said he couldn't leave. So I now need to call a tow truck, but I've been waiting till you call my name. So that's why I was just waiting. I didn't end the video to call a tow truck because I was waiting and I'm waiting on side the road also.
That's hold on a minute. Was that you, Mr. McElroy?
Yes, sir.
Okay. State. This is M332458, case of style of state of Texas versus Aaron Jacob McElroy. I see here that Mr. McElroy, the last time he appeared on Zoom, he was required to appear in person on today.
Yes. Yes, I was at yes, sir. I was on my way to court, but I had caught a flat.
Okay, hold on, let me do this here.
Yes, sir.
Mr. McElroy, are you located in Beaumont?
No, sir. I'm located in Port Arthur, but I'm in Beaumont right now on side of the road. But I
Oh,
live in Port Arthur.
okay, okay. So now, Mr. McElroy,
Yes, sir.
your we can reset your case until tomorrow.
That's fine. That's perfect, honestly.
Okay. So it'd be tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's perfect.
Okay, and then you need to bring us proof of your that you know that you had a flat when you come on tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Bye. Okay, court is in session and cause number M 333-660, case of style of the state of Texas versus Jesse Cuevas Collin. Mr. Collin, is that your full name?
Yes.
Mr. Collin, would you please raise your right hand? Mr. Collin, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Collin, you may put your hand down. How you doing, Mr. Collin?
Good.
You doing good? I'm doing fine. Now, Mr. Collin, your attorney in this case is Attorney Langston Adams. Attorney Adams, how are you doing?
Doing well.
That's good. Now, Mr. Adams, do you waive a record in Mr. Collins' case?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Collin, I have before me let's see.
He signed.
There may be some changes that need to be made to the paperwork. Considering that the agreement was changed after we discussed it, so specifically abandoning the 0.15.
Abandoning the 0.15, okay. So you abandoned an enhancement paragraph?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Collin,
Yes.
the state has filed a document that is tied, well, first of all, raise your right hand. Mr. Collin, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may put your hand up. Now, Mr. Collin, the state has filed a document that is titled information. In this information, the state is abandoning the enhancement paragraph. And basically what that means is, instead of being charged with a class A misdemeanor, you'll be in charge with a lesser offense, a lesser included offense, a class B misdemeanor. Do you understand that? Now, in this information, it alleges that you, Jesse Cuevas Collin, on or about April 11 of 2021, while you're in Jefferson County, Texas, operating a motor vehicle in a public place, that you committed the class B misdemeanor offense of driving while intoxicated. Mr. Collin, do you understand what you've been charged with? And to this charge, Mr. Collin, how do you plead guilty, not guilty, no contest? No contest? Now, are you pleading no contest freely and voluntarily? And are you pleading no contest because you do not wish to fight or contest the charges? Mr. Collin, I also have before me a document that is titled Misdemeanor Plea Admonishments. You recognize this document? On page 2 of this same document, there are a set of initials on the line next to the box that's checked no contentious, meaning no contest. Do you place your initials on this document? On page 3 of this same document, there is a signature above the line that is titled defendant. Is this your signature?
Yes.
And on the next document that's titled trial court certification of defendant's right of appeal, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant? At the top of this document, there's one box that's checked. The box that's checked states that this is a plea bargain case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that statement? The second, now, I also have another document here that's titled Discovery Certification. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Collin, before you sign and initial these documents, did your attorney go over these documents with you?
Yes.
And did you read and understand everything in these documents?
Yes.
And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Mr. Collin, are you a citizen of the United States?
Yes.
State, I have before me State's Exhibit 1. State, you like to offer State's 1?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objections?
Move to.
No objection. State's Exhibit number 1 will be admitted. Mr. Adams, you advising counsel, Mr. Collins, is there any evidence that he is currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
Oh, I don't have any of this incompetent.
And Mr. Collins, your attorney, Mr. Adams, is advising counsel you. Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes.
Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation?
Yes.
Mr. Collins, I will accept your plea of no contest. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I also find that your pleas and waivers was freely and voluntarily given. And I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what is that agreement?
The agreement is for a plea to 1 year deferred probation with a $500 fine, 60 hours community service, an interlock device, and DWI first year conditions.
Do we know the court cost? Let me see the court. In Collins. Hold on. See if I see. No, they got $60 on it. I know that's not right. They had $60 in the financial. That's not right. He's on the first page of the announcement, like the first case. $500 was court costs. 1 year deferred adjudicated probation. 1 year deferred. $500 fine plus court costs. 60 hours of community service. Interlock and DWI education. Yeah. Okay, Mr. Collins, the state is offering that you serve 1 year deferred adjudicated probation. During that 1 year probationary period, you'll be required to pay a fine of $500 plus court costs of $377. You'll also be required to pay a probation fee of $60 each month. You'll be required to pay a reimbursement fee of $15, drug $15, and a reimbursement fee of $15. Your total monthly installments, that is the total amount that you'll be required to pay each month, is $163. Will you be able to pay the $163 each month? You will. You will also be required to perform 60 hours of community service. You will be required to install an interlock device on any vehicle that you own and operate, attend and complete a DWI education class, and adhere to the other standard terms and conditions of DWI probation. Now, Mr. Collins, do you understand state offer?
Yes, sir.
Do you think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just?
Yes, sir.
And do you accept the state's offer?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Collins, I'll follow the plea bargain agreement that you have entered into with the state. Mr. Collins, now, Mr. Collins, let's do this here. Do you have a commercial driver's license?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, Mr. Collins, I'll follow the plea bargain agreement that you have entered into with the state. Mr. Collins, if you successfully complete this probationary period, this case will be dismissed. It would not appear as a conviction on your record, and you may qualify for non-disclosure. You can talk to your attorney about the non-disclosure because he's quite competent in these matters.
Yes.
All right. Now, Mr. Collins, you're going to stand in front of the court administrator, follow her directions and the bailiff directions. Once you finish following their directions, you'll be free to go, and you have a blessed day. Please stand over here.
Oh, I said, oh.
Still waiting on those other ones.
I don't know how you're gonna talk to John, just you.
I don't know, right? Good job.
Okay.
Who is that?
Tiffany Zamora.
No, Tiffany, it says Zavala on pretrial.
Oh, Zavala.
Yeah.
Miss Carla Zavala,
Yes, sir.
your attorney had appeared in court. That case is being reset to when? You said to January 8th. Stay in contact with your attorney. Your bonds when you're free to go and you have a blessed day.
Okay, yes, sir. Thank you. Oh my God.
And,
How do I get out of here?
and you had what's that guy name? Let's see, what's his name?
I wrote you on Miss Smith, and I don't think she's tried to zoom in yet.
No, she had, then we can go ahead on and call that case. This is cause. This is cause number 23 CCCR 1638, case of South State of Texas versus Gabrielle Smith. Gabrielle Smith was scheduled to be in court this morning at 9 a.m. At about 9 a.m., Ms. Smith, did she answer? She checked in and then she went to felony court, is that correct? Did she go to felony court?
She did go to felony court. Then she did, apparently, it's my understanding, from speaking to the bailiff in felony court, she left felony court, and she is nowhere to be found in the courthouse.
And she was ordered to appear here, is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor, and I did send her text messages, and then I did call her, and with the understanding that she was going to zoom in, and that has not happened yet.
Okay, so the time now is 11:58 a.m. on today's date of November 27 of 2023. Ms. Bailiff, would you please call the name of Gabrielle Smith at the courthouse door? Okay, Gabrielle Smith's name was just called again at the courthouse door, but of course, bailiff Gabrielle Smith did not answer. Reasonable time has passed to give Ms. Smith an opportunity to appear in court. She is not appearing in court. State, do you have a motion?
Yes, Your Honor. Statements were on sure.
That motion will be granted. Gabrielle Smith bond will be forfeited and warrant should be issued for her arrest in cause number 23 CCCR 1638. And Mr. Faggart, you're free to go on your next day.
Thank you.
All right. Court is in session and calls number 23 CCCR 1208. Case is styled the state of Texas versus Heather Lynn Jackson. Ms. Jackson, is that your full name? Ms. Jackson, would you please raise your right hand? Ms. Jackson, do you swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Jackson, you may put your hand down. How are you doing, Ms. Jackson?
Sorry.
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Ms. Jackson, you're represented in this case by your attorney, Attorney Bruce Smith. Attorney Smith, do you waive a record in Ms. Jackson's case?
We do, Your Honor.
Ms. Jackson, I have before me a document that is titled misdemeanor information sheet. This information sheet was filed by the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office. In this information sheet, it alleges that you, Heather Lynn Jackson, on or about March 28th of 2023, while you were in Jefferson County, Texas, that you committed the Class A misdemeanor offense of driving while intoxicated with an alcohol concentration level of 0.15 or more. Ms. Jackson, do you understand what you've been charged with? And to this charge, Ms. Jackson, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, no contest?
No contest.
Now, are you pleading no contest freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
And are you pleading no contest because you do not wish to fight or contest the charges?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson, I also have before me a document that is titled misdemeanor plea admonishments, which is also labeled as State's Exhibit Number 1. You recognize this document? On page 2 of this same document, there are a set of initials on a line next to a box that's checked no contingencies, no contest. Did you place your initials on this document? On page 3 of this same document, there's a signature above the line that is titled defendant. Is this your signature? And on the next document that's titled trial court certification of defendant's right of appeal, do you recognize this document? And is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant?
Yes.
At the top of this document, there's one box that's checked. The box that's checked states that this is a plea bargain case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that statement? I also have another document that's titled discovery certification. You recognize this document? And is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant? Ms. Jackson, before you signed and initialed all of these documents that I just showed you, did your attorney, Mr. Smith, go over these documents with you?
Yes.
And did you read and understand everything in these documents? And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson, are you a citizen of the United States? State, I have before me State's Exhibit Number 1. State, would you like to offer State's Exhibit Number 1 in evidence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objections?
No, Judge.
No objections. State's Exhibit Number 1 will be admitted. Mr. Smith, you advised and counsel Ms. Jackson, is there any evidence that she is currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Jackson, your attorney, Mr. Smith, has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes. Sir.
Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson, I will accept your plea of no contest. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea and waivers were freely and voluntarily given. And I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what is that agreement?
The agreement is to plead to 90 days probated over 1 year with a $500 fine, 50 hours community service, interlock device, DWI for senior conditions.
Do we have a court cost in this case? Jackson. Okay, hold on a minute. Still got this. Yes, Heather Lynn Jackson. 15. Probably gonna be about 377. Okay. Ms. Jackson, the state is offering that you serve 90 days in Jefferson County Jail. However, you'll not have to serve any time in the Jefferson County Jail in this case because you'll be placed on probation for a period of 1 year. During the 1 year probationary period, you'll be required to pay a fine of $500 plus court costs of $377 plus a probation fee of $60 a month, your analysis fee of $15 a month, and a reimbursement fee of $15. You'll also be required to pay a Jefferson County DW education and initial evaluation fee of $125 on the day of the plea. Should a further evaluation be needed, you'll be required to pay an additional $50. Your total month installments, that is the total amount that you'll be required to pay each month while you're on probation, is $163 a month. You will also be required to perform 50 hours of community service, install an interlock device on any vehicle that you own or operate, attend and complete a DWI education class, and adhere to the other standard terms and conditions of DWI probation. Ms. Jackson, do you understand the state's offer? Do you think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just?
Yes.
And do you accept the state's offer? Okay, Ms. Jackson, I'll follow the people are in agreement that you have entered into with the state. Now, Ms. Jackson, you need her to have a seat. Just have a seat. They're gonna do your paperwork. Once they do your paperwork, you come up here to get your fingerprints and your signature. Okay, you're free to go, Mr. Smith. Mr. Grove?
Yes, sir. My approach to bench had a client, Coleman, who had a case here. She also had.
Takia, I think she's here.
Yes.
I got a, well, she appeared.
She went down to drug court. They reset her case down there to January the 8th.
Well, she was supposed to reappear here.
Well, she's out here. She's in the audience.
Where is she? Oh, why don't you come on up?
She's ready to appear.
Oh, okay.
She's in.
So this case is gonna be now, did they give you a reset on your felony? January 8th? Okay, this case is gonna be reset to the same date, January the 8th. Stay in contact with your attorney and your bondsman, and Mr. Grove will send you your reset to you.
Okay.
All right, you're free to go, and y'all have a blessed day.
Okay.
to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, sir. Okay, you may put your hand down. Now, your full name is Travis Walker Reeves. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Now, Mr. Reeves, I have before me a document that is titled, what is that? It's a request for a non-disclosure pursuant to Article 411.072 of the Texas Government Code. Is that correct? Now, previously, Mr. Walker, you were given a deferred adjudicated probation in cause number 314850 in this court, County Court at Law number 2. Is that correct? Yes. And your probation, you were given 1 year deferred adjudicated probation, and your probation started on April the 25th of 2018. Is that correct? Yes. And you successfully completed that probation, and the court signed a deferred adjudicated order of dismissal, discharging you off for probation on April the 26th of 2019. Is that correct? Yes. Let's see. Now, this offense occurred on or after September 1st of 2017, which makes you eligible under 411.072. And in this motion, you stated that you satisfied the requirements of section 411.074. And in that section, required conditions. 074, including offense and order. You have never been convicted. Now, have you ever been convicted or placed of deferred adjudication? Now, you stated in your petition, you have never been convicted or given deferred adjudication for the offenses that are listed in article or in section 411.074, specifically offense requiring sex offender registration, aggravated kidnapping, murder, capital murder, continuous tracking of persons, injury to a child or elderly or individual, disabled individuals, abandoning or endangering a child, violation of certain court orders in a family violence, sexual assault, abuse, stalking, or trafficking case, or repeated violations of certain court orders or conditions of bond in a family violence, sexual assault, or abuse, stalking, or trafficking case, or any other offense involving family violence as defined by section 71.004 of the Family Code. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I think at the time that you appeared by Zoom, I think there was a question regarding your criminal history. Yes. Did you provide us?
Yes, sir. That's.
Hold on a minute.
And there is.
Okay. Hold on a minute. Mistaken. This is cause number M327604, case of style of state of Texas versus Courtney. Is that Roche? Nat? Ms. Nat, would you please raise your right hand? Ms. Nat, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Ms. Nat, you may put your hand down. How are you doing, Ms. Nat? I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Ms. Nat, you're represented in this case by your attorney, Attorney Langston Adams. Attorney Adams, do you waive a record in Ms. Nat's case?
Yes.
Ms. Nat, I have before me. Now, Mr. Adams, are you appointed in this case?
Yes, I'm court appointed.
Okay. Huh?
I'm
Yeah. Okay, now, Ms. Nat, I have before me a document that is titled misdemeanor information. This information was filed by the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office. In this information, it alleges that you, Courtney Roche Nat, on or about July 1st of 2020, while you were in Jefferson County, Texas, that you committed the Class A misdemeanor offense of failure to identify a fugitive from justice. Ms. Nat, do you understand what you've been charged with? And to this charge, Ms. Nat, how do you plead guilty, not guilty, or no contest? No contest? Now, you pleaded no contest freely and voluntarily? Yes, speak up.
Yes.
And are you pleading no contest because you do not wish to fight or contest the charges? You pleaded no contest because you do not wish to fight or contest the charges? Okay. Ms. Nat, I also have before me a document that is titled misdemeanor plea admonishment. You recognize this document? On page 2 of this same document, there are a set of initials on the line next to boxes checked no contingent. Did you place your initials on this document? On page 3 of the same document, there's a signature above the line that is titled defendant. Is this your signature? And on the next document that's titled trial court certification of defendant's right of appeal, do you recognize this document? And is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant? At the top of this document, there's one box that's checked. The box that's checked states that this is a plea bargain case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that statement? I also have another document that's titled discovery certification. Recognize this document? And is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant? Ms. Nat, before you sign and initial these documents, did your attorney go over these documents with you? And did you read and understand everything in these documents? And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge? Ms. Nat, are you a citizen of the United States? State, I have before me State's Exhibit number 1. State, would you like to offer State's Exhibit number 1 in evidence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objections, Mr. Adams?
No.
No objections. State's Exhibit number 1 will be admitted. Mr. Adams, you advised and counsel Ms. Nat, is there any evidence that she is currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
No.
Ms. Nat, your attorney, Mr. Adams, has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with with his representation? Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation? Ms. Nat, I will accept your plea of no contest. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea and waivers were freely and voluntarily given. And I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what is that agreement?
The agreement is basically the state's offer 12 months deferred probation with a $500 fine and 60 hours community service.
Ms. Nat, the state is offering that you serve 1 year deferred adjudicated, 1 year deferred adjudicated probation. During the 1 year probationary period, you'll be required to pay a fine of $500 plus court costs, $277 plus a probation fee of $60 a month, your analysis fee of $15 each month, a reimbursement fee of $15, and you will be reimbursed the Jefferson County court-appointed attorney's fees of $250. Your total monthly installments, that is the total amount that you will be required to pay each month, Ms. Nat, is $177 a month. Will you be able to pay the $177 each month? You also be required to perform 60 hours of community service and adhere to the other standard terms and condition of this probation. Now, Ms. Nat, do you understand the state's offer? Do you think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just? And do you accept the state's offer? Ms. Nat, I'll follow the plea bargaining agreement that you have entered into with the state. Now, Ms. Nat, if you successfully complete this probationary period, this case will be dismissed. It will not appear in your record as a conviction, and you may be eligible to get a non-disclosure. You can talk to your attorney about the non-disclosure because he's quite competent in those matters. Okay, Ms. Nat, just please have a seat, wait for your name to be called. Once your name is called, you by the court coordinator, you're gonna come up to a window for your fingerprints and your signature.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, see you later, Ms. Sager. Jefferson County Court at Law number 2 is back in session. The court is in session in 4 cases. First case is cause number M324360. The second case is cause number 23CCCR 1116.
Right.
Third case is cause number M332004. And the fourth case is cause number M333070. All 4 cases are styled the state of Texas versus Kevin Lamont Rollins. Mr. Rollins, is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Rollins, would you please raise your right hand? Mr. Rollins, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Rollins, you may put your hand down. How are you doing, Mr. Rollins?
I'm doing good, sir.
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Mr. Rollins, you're represented in your case by your, well, actually represented in one case by your attorney, James Padgett, and in the other 3 cases, yeah, I guess they have you as being pro se. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, Mr. Rollins, first of all, Mr. Padgett, do you waive a record in Mr. Rollins' case?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Rollins, and Mr. Rollins, do you waive a record in your cases?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Rollins, in cause number M324360, I have before me a document that is titled Information. Now, in this information, state, are you abandoning the enhancement paragraph in 364? It's a, because you checked this here box. Was he supposed to check the other box?
Yeah, it should have been a second. It's a
Like,
DWI second.
hold on.
Oh, you checked first on here.
360
Yeah,
is
it
not. I don't believe 360 is.
360 is a 1,
Right, but it's with a BAC a point.
so it'll be a.
One
it'll be an A.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
so
so you're gonna
it's an A.
erase
What's
that and
the-
put it. Yeah, he just checked
It's
the
an
wrong
A
box.
because of the BAC.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So this one I checked. Everything's the same on this one. Okay. I explained it to you as a class A. I checked the other box. Okay, so we're going to initial interview.
Okay,
Nothing checked. That's the way I explained it.
okay, thank you. Now, Mr. Rollins, I have before me a document that is titled Information. This information was filed by the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office. In this information, Mr. Rollins, it alleges that on or about September 2nd of 2019, while you're in Jefferson County, Texas, operating a motor vehicle in a public place, and you, Kevin Lamont Rollins, committed the Class A misdemeanor offense of driving while intoxicated with an alcohol concentration level of 0.15 or more. Mr. Rollins, do you understand what you've been charged with?
Yes, sir.
And to this charge, Mr. Rollins, how do you plead guilty? Not guilty, no contest. Guilty. Now, you're pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
And are you pleading guilty because you are guilty? Mr. Rollins, I also have before me a document that is titled Misdemeanor Plea Admonishment. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
On page 2 of the same document, there is a set of initials on the line next to the box that's checked guilty. Did you place your initials on this document?
Yes, sir.
On the next page of the same document, there's a signature above the line that is titled Defendant. Is this your signature?
Yes, sir.
And on the next document that's titled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Right of Appeal, do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And is this your signature on the line that's titled Defendant?
Yes, sir.
At the top of this document, there's 2 boxes that's checked. The first box that's checked states that this is a plea bargain case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that statement?
Yes, sir.
The second box that's checked states that you are waiving your right to an appeal, which means you're giving up your right to an appeal. Do you understand that statement?
Yes.
I also have a document before me that is titled Discovery Certification. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And is this your signature on the line that's titled Defendant?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Rollins, before you sign and initial these documents, that I just showed you, did your attorney go over these documents with you?
Yes, sir.
And did you read and understand everything in these documents?
Yes, sir.
And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Rollins, are you a citizen of the United States?
Yes, sir.
State, I have before me State's Exhibit number 1. State, would you like to offer State's Exhibit number 1?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objections?
No objections, Your Honor.
No objection. State's Exhibit number 1 will be admitted. Mr. Padgett, you advised and counseled Mr. Rollins, is there any evidence that he is currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
None, Your Honor.
Mr. Rollins, your attorney, Mr. Padgett has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes, sir.
Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Rollins, I will accept your plea of guilty. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea and waivers were freely and voluntarily given. And I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what is the agreement?
The agreement is to plead the state's offer of 180 days probated over 2 years. There's a $750 fine,
750,
80 hours community service,
80 hours community service.
an interlock device,
In a lot.
and on this case, DWI standard conditions. This case is to run concurrent with 2 other cases, 23 CCCR 1116 and M332004.
M332004.
And the state's dismissing M333070.
M333760. M333070. Do we know what the court cost is in this case? In this M324360? So she says, so that's gonna be 750.
Figuring out, so you don't know. And again,
$126. Okay, Mr. Rollins, the state is offering that you serve 180 days in the Jefferson County Jail. However, you're required to serve any time in the Jefferson County Jail. because you'll be placed on probation for 2 years. During the 2 years probationary period, you'll be required to pay a fine, $750 plus court costs of $377. You'll be required to pay a probation fee of $60 a month, a urinalysis fee of $15 a month, and a reimbursement fee of $15. You'll also be required to pay Jefferson County DWI education and initial evaluation fee of $125 of the debt of police. Should a further evaluation be needed, you'll be required to pay an additional $50. Now, your total monthly installments, that is the total amount that you'll be required to pay each month on this case, is $126 a month. Will you be able to pay the $126 each month?
Yes.
You'll also be required to perform 80 hours of community service, install an interlock device on any vehicle that you own or operate, have attend and complete the DWI education class, adhere to the other standard terms and conditions of probation. The state will be dismissing cause number M333070. And this case will run concurrent with cause number 23CCCR 1116 and cause number M332004. Now, Mr. Rollins, do you understand the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
Do you think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just?
Yes, sir.
And do you accept the state's offer? Mr. Rollins, I'll follow the plea bargain agreement that you have entered into with the state. Let's see what the next one is. That was 6-0. Okay, your next case, Mr. Rollins, is cause number 23CCC Aura 1116. And in this case, let's see. Mr. Rollins, I have before me an information that was filed by the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office. And in this information, Mr. Rollins, it alleges that you, Kevin Lamont Rollins, on or about May 6th of 2023, while you were in Jefferson County, Texas, that you committed the Class A misdemeanor offense of driving while intoxicated. Second, Mr. Rollins, do you understand what you've been charged with? And to this charge, Mr. Rollins, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest? You got a first. Is it a first? You checked up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This will be the
This would-
second.
Yeah. So is this M333004 or?
1116.
Yeah, these next two are gonna be both seconds.
Both seconds.
Okay.
So I'll need to change the next two. You can change that to the second. Okay. Nothing's different.
Okay, now, Mr. Rollins, to the charge of DWI second that allegedly occurred on or about May 6th of 2023. How do you plead? Guilty. Now, you're pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
And are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Yes.
Mr. Rollins, I also have before me a document that is titled Misdemeanor Plea Admonishment. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
It's also labeled as State's Exhibit 1. And on page 2 of this document, there's a set of initials. Are these your initials in these two locations?
Yes, sir.
On page 3 of this same document, there's a signature above the line that's titled Defendant. Is this your signature?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, Mr. Rollins, I also have another document that's titled Trial Court Certification of the Defendant's Right of Appeal. You recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And is this your signature? Well, at the top of this document, there are two boxes that's checked. The first box that's checked states that this is a plea bargain case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
The second box that's checked states that you're waiving your right to an appeal, which means you're giving up your right to an appeal. Do you understand that statement?
Yes, sir.
I also have a document that is titled Discovery Certification. You recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And is this your signature on the line that's titled Defendant?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Rollins, before you sign and initial all these documents that I just showed you, did your attorney go over these documents with you?
Yes, sir.
And did you read and understand everything in these documents?
Yes, sir.
And is everything in these documents true and correct
Yes, sir.
to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
State I have before me, States 1. States Exhibit 1, State, you like to offer States 1?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objections?
No objection, state.
No objection, States Exhibit number 1 will be admitted. Now. Okay. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what is the agreement in this case?
The agreement in this case is to run concurrent with the, two other cases being pled to, states dismissing, cause number M.
Same, okay.
Yeah, it's the same cause numbers as the
Okay.
previous cases, but, as stated with previous cases, 180 days probate over 2 years. The fine on these next two cases is gonna be left blank to avoid the.
Is no fine?
Yeah.
Okay.
To avoid the probation office from assessing the fine multiple times.
Okay.
80 hours community service, interlock device, and on this one, it's a DWI second, so it's DWI second standard conditions, including the
72 hours?
yes, which is to begin on December 8th, Friday, December 8th at 6 p.m.
You said December 8th
Yes, Your Honor.
at 6 p.m.? Okay. There's no fine. What's the court cost on 16 11116
392.
392? Technically, you're not gonna be required to pay any probation fees and any of that. Okay, this one's gonna be easy. Okay, basically, Mr. Rollins, the state is offering that you serve 180 days in the Jefferson County Jail. However, you will not be required to serve any time in the Jefferson County Jail because you'll be placed on probation for a period of 2 years for this 180 days. The court costs, the state is waiving the fine, and the court cost in this case is $392. Now, the probation fee of $60, you will not be required to pay that because you've already paid it in the other case. And the urinalysis fee of $15 each month, you will not be required to pay that because you're paying it in the other case. So you'll be required to pay a reimbursement fee of $15. So the $15 reimbursement fee plus the $300 and $92 for the court costs, you're gonna pay that in monthly installments, and we're gonna divide that by 23. You're gonna be paying it in monthly installments, $17.69, well, $18 a month. That's what it's gonna come out to. Okay. The probation office is gonna make those adjustments because in the papers, you're gonna show where you're paying the probation fee and the reimbursement fee, but you won't be paying that because you only paid in one case, not all 3 cases. Do you understand that? Okay, so will you be able to pay the $18 a month? Now, you also be required to install and perform 80 hours of community service. You'll be required to install an interlock device on any vehicle that you own or operate. You will also be required to adhere to the other standard terms and condition of the DWI second probation. You will serve 72 hours in the Jefferson County Jail to begin on December 8th, 2023 at or before 6 p.m. This case will run concurrent with your previous case, cause number M324360 and cause number M332004, and the state will be dismissing cause number M333070. Mr. Rollins, do you understand the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
And do you think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just?
Yes, sir.
And do you accept the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Rollins, I'll follow the plea bargain agreement that you have entered into with the state. Now, Mr. Rollins, we will move on to your next case. And your next case is that 4-0. Your next case is cause number M332004. And in that case, Mr. Rollins, I also have before me a document that is titled Information. And this information was filed by the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office. And in this information, Mr. Rollins, it alleges that you, Kevin Lamont Rollins, on or about October 31st of 2021, while you were in Jefferson County, Texas, that you committed the Class A misdemeanor offense of driving while intoxicated. Second, Mr. Rollins, do you understand what you've been charged with?
Yes.
And to discharge, Mr. Rollins, how do you plead guilty, not guilty, or no contest? Now, are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
And are you pleading guilty because you are guilty? Mr. Rollins, I also have before me a document that is titled Misdemeanor Plea Admonishments. Do you recognize this document? On page 2 of this same document, there's 2 sets of initials. Did you place your initials on this document?
Yes, sir.
And on page 3 of this document, there's a signature above the line that is titled Defendant. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
Is this your signature?
Yes, sir.
On the next document that's titled Trial Court Certification to Defend Right of Appeal, is this your signature?
Yes, sir.
There are 2 boxes checked at the top of this document. The first box that's checked states that this is a plea bargain case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that statement? Second box that's checked states that you're waiving your right to an appeal. Do you understand that statement? And do you recognize this document that's titled Discovery Certification? Okay. Now, Mr. Rollins, before you signed and initialed these documents, did your attorney go over these documents with you?
Yes, sir.
And did you read and understand everything in these documents?
I did.
And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
State, I have before me State's Exhibit 1. State, you like to offer State's 1?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objections?
No objections, Your Honor.
No objection. State's Exhibit number 1 will be admitted, Mr. Rollins. Before. Okay, now State, do we have a plea bargain agreement in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what is that agreement?
The agreement is a plea to 180 days probated over 2 years, fine waived in this case.
2 years. Waived, fine.
80
Okay.
hours community service.
8 hours, okay.
Interlock device,
Interlock,
72 hours jail to begin,
Same
Friday,
time.
December 8th.
72 hours. 12, 8, 23. You said 6 p.m., right?
Yes, Your Honor. As well as any other,
Condition.
standard conditions of DWI and probation.
Okay, and you're gonna be dismissing those similar cases
Dismissing one and running this case concurrent with 2.
with other 2, okay. Okay, so that's 0. The court costs in this case in 004 is it probably gonna be about 377.
Either 377 or 3.
Yeah, this is the, let me see what he had in the other, with the M. It was 370,
377.
337 in that one. Okay, 377, okay. 0, 0, okay, I'll divide that by. Okay, now, Mr. Rollins, the state is offering that you serve 180 days Jefferson County Jail. However, you will not be required to serve this 180 days in Jefferson County Jail. You did be placed on probation for a period of 2 years. During the 2-year period, the state is waiving the fine. You'll be required to pay court costs, in this case, of $377. You will not be required to pay a probation fee. You will not be required to pay a urinalysis fee. You will be required to pay a reimbursement fee of $15. And that comes to a total each month that you will be required to pay, in this case, $17. Will you be able to pay the $17 each month?
Yes, sir.
And then the state is going to, the probation office is going to do the same thing in this case that it is in the other case. It's going to show that you have a probation fee and a urinalysis fee. However, they're not going to charge you with that. And so once they take those figures out, you'll be paying $17 a month. All right. Now, You will also be required to perform 80 hours of community service. You will install an interlock device on any vehicle that you own or operate. You will have to attend and complete the standard terms and conditions of DWI probation. And you will be required to serve 72 hours in the Jefferson County Jail starting December 8th of 2023. The state will be dismissing cause number M333070. This case will run concurrent with cause number 23CCCR 1116 and cause number M324360. Now, Mr. Rollins, the court is going to first accept your plea of guilty. The court is going to find that you mentally competent to stand trial in all your cases. The court will also find that your plea and waivers was freely and voluntarily given. The court will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt in each one of your cases. Do you understand the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
And do you think that the state's offer in your cases are fair and just?
Yes, sir.
And do you accept the state's offer? Okay, I'll follow the plea bargaining agreement that you have entered into with the state. Mr. Rollins, just have a seat. When they're ready for you, they'll call you back up to the window. Let me